Good morning, good morning, good morning. How we doing? So let's start off with just a general sense of what's going on. We're gonna go ahead and start getting set up here while I start talking. So first thing we want to do always is just throw an anchored VWAP on there. It's gonna be that light blue cyan color. And I always throw on a anchored volume profile with a point of control. That'll show you kind of what you got going on with this volume profile. You can see that we had this divot here, which makes sense because that's right where this gap and candle came from. From where this closed to where this opened, there was a gap. So that's probably very likely to get filled because 1 minute gaps do not last long. As you can see here, this gap started here, this gap started here. We've already came back down and filled it. So I'd say it's very likely we come back down to this point here on the volume profile. Overall, in a broader sense here, we have two upwards channels that we're watching. We have this channel. This is a much larger channel, and this is created by looking at the extended hours. And when you look at the extended hours, it's not exact. I should probably fix that. There we go. And there you go. There's your channel. That's the bigger term channel, longer term, I should say. Going back down into the regular, it skews it a little bit, but that's fine. And then we have this smaller channel that we were watching yesterday. So just looking at yesterday's price action, we came down off of the high where we opened, we immediately sold off, and then we bounced. We recovered about what, 80% or so? Let's see. Came about 78.6%, and then we continued the sell off, right? So from Elliott Wave, if you wanted to consider this A and this B and this C, then it's possible that we've started wave much larger wave 3-1 down here, 3-1-2 here, and that we're going to get ready to do a 3-1-3 down, and that should break this low. Okay, so it's very possible that we start to sell off here today, and that's a possible count. Another possible count is that this is 3-1, and all of this was 3. It's all part of 3-2. It's still going on with 3-2. And this could all just be part of wave A, and then this retracement here was B, and then we're coming up and we're going to do a C of some sorts where we top out, and then from there we head down and we actually start wave 2. Okay. So there's two different, camps today to think of. There's really no clear direction. You could sit here and say that we've already finished the wave count going back up here, and this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3-1-3-2, right? We're going to do 3-1-3 going down, right? Or you could sit there in the bullish camp and say that this is all part of wave A, that this wave down is 3 waves down for B. So you could say this was 5 waves up somehow. You could count it however you like, right? And then you have 3 waves back down, followed by another 5 waves going higher, okay? And that'll take you above this level, okay? And that is possible, okay? It's a possibility. There's also the bullish count of this is wave A of if this is if this is A and this is B and then so this is A, this is B, this is C. You could say that that's a flat, okay? Then you could say that this no, you can't do that either. So I don't know. I mean, there is a couple of different counts here. They kind of conflict a little bit, and it's not really 100% clear. Okay. I favor that this is starting the next wave down and the next decline, but I don't think it's going to be a significant decline. It's just going to be a smaller decline. Maybe we fail the opening range breakout here at the high and we come back down to at least this point, like I was saying. And then from there, we could then continue down to maybe test this opening range low. I think it's a high probability that today they want to at least fill this little minuscule gap that they left in the chart from overnight session. And we can see that from the overnight session, we had a larger dip that went on. Okay. So where we opened here is showing us that we have just that big of a dip. But we did actually in the overnight session here, when we reopened back up on what when is this? When we reopened back up on the next is this can't be right. It's rather confusing. You see that we had this gap, I guess this is from Asia session, okay? And when this went up like that, then we came back down and filled that gap and we continued higher. So overnight session is showing you that we filled this gap already, that we could be pushing up higher. But then New York session is showing us that we left this gap here. So that gap doesn't necessarily have to be filled today, but it's likely to get filled at some point just because of how much we've been ranging in this zone. There's a lot of different price levels in here that could be tested again. You know, right here's a level, right here's a level, right here's a level, right here's a level, right here's a level. And so all of those, if you were to test any of those levels, then you'd fill that gap. So it's very likely we fill that, but it doesn't have to happen today. And as of right now, we're seeing no signs, absolutely none, that it's going to go bearish. We need to just kind of wait and wait for a setup here. So price is at 461, so I'm going to be pulling up the 462 calls and puts. 0 day. I just want to see what's going on here, see if there's any volume being traded at the money. So it looks like the calls are being bought up way more than the puts are. The puts are maximum today. There was at 958 when 958 on this bar here, I guess, on this following bar, right in between these two, there was the most put volume being traded. And so exactly at 958, we saw a relief. And so I'm assuming that that high volume, which really is not much at all, it's only at like 390 contracts um, were moved around there. I would assume it's just shorts covering. And so that's going to continue a rally higher, right? And we start to see that little cup forming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the calls are being bought up, and that's pretty certain because we've had multiple spikes here um in volume on these. We've had at 939 there was a spike, at 945 there was a spike, 958 and 1007, and all those spikes go above 1,000 contracts interchanged and moved around. So 938, that's right here. You can see that that was when we got this big gap here. And so you can see people have been interested in buying these contracts, and the price is moving higher while these contracts are having high volume being transitioned. So we need to be thinking about longs here, not so much shorts, but you can't just enter anywhere. You got to look for an entry. And so I think a good place of entry would be down here, waiting for this gap to fill, see how it reacts, see if it wants to turn back up. And if it turns back up, then you might see, okay, that's a decent place actually to go long, right? Now you are going to start running into some resistances here as we continue to go long. We're already kind of making this double top formation, which is not really that bullish. But when we get up higher here to about 463, and we only have the 462 puts and calls up there, the calls are currently going for $1.94, so they're pricing in, um, you know, 464, you could say, is where they're saying it's likely to go to. That's what they're saying for the intrinsic value, that it should end there by the end of the day if they want to make money, right? Excuse me. So even the Black Scholes model is showing that we could break this high, but not break this high. And I did mention, I think, previous day, yesterday, that we could come and try to range in this range here, right? We built this, could come in here and just try to range in here and build some sorts of support before moving higher. So there's not a lot really that's telling you bearish. Now this morning, when we got this bar here, I was thinking it might have just turned around, right? It came up, tested the 50 and sold. But we immediately supported off of the pivot, continued to support, kept rallying. We turned the EMAs up in unison, and from there it's been going up. So there's really nothing that's telling me bearish right now. 2000 ticks doesn't have a bullish 9 count yet, so there's still a lot of room to the upside. The 10 on the 2000 ticks has crossed over the 21, and the 50 is uptrending, so all of them are going up. So that's telling you it's bullish. The 5-minute chart here I can show you is also bullish. You have the 10, the 21 going up, the 50 going up, and they're all on the correct path. So that's bullish. On the 1 minute, you also have similarly, yep, you have all of them going up, crossed up. So that's why you're seeing this bullish incline here. Now that we've broken through these highs, which they tried to double bottom, there's a little bit of a squeeze going on here, and that's what this volatility is. But when we break those highs, it's pretty likely to come back down, retest before moving higher. You can see that they left a gap in the volume profile, so at least down to those highs again at some point. So here I wouldn't really be looking for shorts. I'm more or less looking for longs. We're now at 462, so these contracts are now in the money, and since they are now in the money, they're pricing in $2.40. So that would mean that it needs to get to 464.20 in order for these contracts to expire worth more than what I pay for them right now, or 40. I'm sorry, 464.40, 464.40. Wow, so that's way up there. They're expecting it to get near these highs. So I wouldn't say it's worth buying here, because we could find resistance here, we could find resistance here, and then that could turn the market back around in reverse. So is it really worth to buy there? I don't really know. Whereas like yesterday, for example, right? We come down, we immediately sell into the gap and then bounce. And so anywhere on this rally back up was a good opportunity to short it because there's really no resistance down until you fill this gap, right? Once you fill this, I mean, no support down, right? Until you fill this gap. And so there was plenty of opportunity. So as the, price moves up and up and up, right? If you had shorted, let's say even just halfway up this price around 461, I think I had the 463 puts. Okay, so these 463 puts, and then from down to 455, right? So even if you were like halfway up 460, you still have 5 points of potential right there. So that's 500 bucks on one contract. Okay, so here's the retest. I told you is very likely to come back down at some point, retest that double top because of this volume profile that need to be filled up, and you can see it's starting to fill. We're going to start moving higher here pretty soon. It's probably trying to come all the way down to point of control, and they're moving the point of control higher. You can see that since that point of control moved higher, it's likely that these people, oh, now it moved back down. It's likely that these people are basically interested in this price right here to either buy or to try to sell it back down. But given all of the EMAs and everything turning up, you'd assume that they're trying to buy it here because everything's an uptrend. Overall, this is all an uptrend. Overall, we're still inside this big trend, right? So there's no real reason to go short here. The first indication you'd have of going short would be if we break these lows. These are the most recent lows because then you'd have a lower low, but then you'd still have to come back up and fail to make a higher high. Okay, and when you do that, then you'd have lower highs and lower lows, and you could say that this was a reversal at some point. Then you could go short, looking for this gap to fill. So down here is at 457.50-ish or so. Let's say 457.50 just for round numbers. So that's about $3 or so from here down. So it's about $300 that you can make on your contracts. Although the puts are pretty expensive here. They're actually, this can't be right. That's really interesting. The puts are more expensive here than the calls, even though the trend has been going up, showing you that more open interest is in the puts than it is in the calls. That is very interesting. I can't believe that. The calls should be more expensive, but I guess they're seeing this as being a bigger resistance coming up here, and there's not as much potential going higher as much as there is to go lower. It's way easier for them, I guess, to fathom it going lower. That is extremely interesting. I don't know if I did something wrong here. No. 415, 415, calls, puts. Yeah, I don't know. That's extremely interesting. That's showing me that there's more interest right now. There's more people looking to buy these puts than there is the longs. So people want insurance here, which means that they're not as bullish as I might think. Very, very interesting. Money flow's starting to come back out on the 2000 ticks. So let's go ahead and finish up this. Oh man. My throat's been acting up recently. Wow, look at that. See what I mean? I noticed that on the call put ratio. Look at that. That's a big candle. Big spike. Wow. See, look, we came down and we are going to fill this. See, so you could say that this is 5 waves up, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's it. You could say that's it. This is A, 1, 2, 3. Okay. We could get another 4 and then 5, you know. That could have been 4 right there before the candle even closed, and now we're coming down, we're doing 5, and then we get 3 and then 5 more back down. It's possible. Wow, man, this is craziness. I can't believe that these puts were more expensive there. That was like kind of a clear giveaway that they were looking to take this market down. Yeah, that's insane. Let's see what these guys are saying. Look at that dump, man. Is there news? Nothing. Look at that dump. Wow, man. Not many people were expecting that one, I promise you. But look how great this works. My dad doesn't like it, right? He doesn't like these targets, but look how perfect it came up to it exactly and then turned back around. Ooh, it is strong sell, man. This could be a third of a third wave down here, you know? Could have just finished wave two. Wow, man. That is insane. I'm looking for a rally here. Damn, these puts went up astronomically in price. They were $2.16 at 10:13. So 7 minutes later, they're now worth double that, more than double at $5.50 was at the high here. That's insane. Absolutely insane. Markets are fearful, man. The volatility's getting ready to go back up. I want to sell into this, but I can't sell it here. It needs to bounce. You're getting the 10 and the 21 crossing over the 50 on the 1, which is great. Now we want to see a bounce back up to at least the 10. It might just reject immediately off the 10 because of how strong it was here. But again, the 10 is this little node, this low volume node here. So I would imagine we're going to get at least back up to the 10. It could very quickly jump to. I'm seeing how much it's resisting here because if it wants to really rally and just reverse right back up, it should kind of follow the same V shape, right? So since this was so strong down, you should see a strong push back up. 5 MACD cross down. Look at that. It's resisting the 10. Come up one more time for me. Try it one more time. Try it one more time. Come on. Push. I would love the 21 touch. That'd be VWAP too. It'd be perfect.
Order filled.
Ah,
Order
that was
filled.
terrible. That was terrible. I knew it was going to get stopped.
Order filled.
Looking for this H shape. Need sellers to step on the gas here. Once the stochastic starting to roll here, MACD's coming down pretty hard on the 5. Once we break this low, I want to move to break even. I'm gonna do it preemptively here. We did break this like somewhat support there. This could really drop here. That's what, another 100 points here down to these lows. I think that's overnight low. Looks like they're trying to support here. Still positive on the day. Interesting. Maybe I should have taken profit, you know? Gotta see another rejection here off the 10. Kinda seeing it. So on the Qs, we're beneath the 50 on the 5, and the 50 on the 5 still uptrending. So that's trying to put some bullish momentum back on this. But I think we might just try to slice straight through it and push these EMAs that are above it, the 10 and the 21 down. Mm,
Order filled.
that sucks. I should have just taken the money, honestly. Take it where you can get it, you know? Okay, so maybe we're trying to come back up on this one to test the 50. Don't know why that was on logarithmic. Still have this low volume node here as well. Was there news? Let's check that real quick. EU expects US to remain in discussions to make little progress. Okay.
Order filled.
I think that's another bad entry. Yeah, it's gonna get stopped.
Order filled.
Not a great start.
Order filled.
Sell it.
Order filled.
Yeah, I'm chasing this. I think it should break this high here, or at least come to it. Yeah, I still need it a little bit higher. I can't get it here because it's got likelihood to go to VWAP here, and there's got a likelihood to go to the 50. That 50 touch, man. Just a little bit higher, please. Need to pee.
Order filled.
Eh, might have just sold the fourth wave. Okay, so now it's looking less likely that I sold the fourth wave, but it's still possible. Damn. So you can see we came back up and tested the VWAP here on the Qs. We're going to try to probably support this on pivot. Break through pivot, then the next stop is opening range low, and then the lows. Mm, Not a loser, man.
Order filled.
Brutal. Gosh, it keeps getting rejected there at VWAP. Can't even touch the 50 yet. Hmm. Could have just been a dupe, you know? Duping out longs. Squeeze these shorts. I mean, I could conceivably count this as being one, two, three, four, but that doesn't break five. So no, that could be, I mean, one, two, three, and then one, two, three.
Order filled.
That's a risk, but I think I'm playing with fire. I don't really want to take a loss on this one. I'm just gonna leave it.
Order filled.
Yeah, just immediately jumped right back up. Still think it's a sell though.
Order filled.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Come on, baby. Yes, there we go. There's the flush. No, keep going. Keep going. Whoa, no, don't go all the way back up. Flush. No, man. No, 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 no. Flush it. Really flush it. Dude, no way. Sell it. I want to hold this, man. All right, I'm gonna go pee. Come back. Hopefully, it's still in there. All right, we're still in it. That's good. You can see this volume profile is filled up quite a bit now. You know, that's not even really a low volume note anymore. On sellers. I really don't want to sell this. Like, I want to just keep it. Like, I don't want to close the position. I just want to keep it. I think I have like a really good entry, right? Like the moment I close this too, it's just gonna dump and I'm gonna be upset. So
Order filled.
take it, man. It's gonna dump now. Watch. Assholes, man. Look at them. Now they're gonna take it down as soon as I get out. I deserve though. I took it just because of the fact I was 800 in the hole. So there wasn't much more wiggle room. I needed to get some of it back. Still buying at this thing, man. They won't let it go down. Every time it touched the 50 on the 5, it kept getting bought up. See, bought up here, bought up here, bought up, bought up, bought up, bought up, bought up. It's like they don't want to let it go beneath this 50 on the 5, and they definitely don't want these to cross over, right? It's looking like they want to turn these back up. Which is dangerous, you know? I should have just sold when I immediately saw that dump, man. Should close then, but that's hindsight capital. Still bullish, man. It's craziness. These options are back to about normal price, but they're still double the value of the calls at the same price. So 462, I mean, I guess that makes sense now because we're still underneath the 462, but
Order filled.
trying it.
Order filled.
I don't know how to feel right now. I think I should probably stop for right now. Find another entry. Be wise about it, you know? There's no reason to rush. They keep coming up to point of control and getting rejected. Oh man. Stop me out and then they're gonna go. Pop it again. Pop it up. Pop it up one more time. Damn. Damn, damn, damn. Where was that trade? 66. Came up to a high of 62. Still be safe by just a little hair. Trying to buy it off of the 50 on the 5 again here. Let's do this. We go from here to here. It just doesn't seem like the Bulls are really gathering any momentum here. It more or less looks like they're trying and trying, and the Bears are just selling into them little by little. That eventually the Bulls are going to give up trying to break. We are making higher lows here, but I just need to see a failed higher high.
Order filled. Order filled.
That was a stupid entry, man. Fuck me.
Order filled.
Try again. I'm gonna get my face ripped apart probably, dude. I ain't gonna lie, this is not how you typically want to be trading. I am not gonna lie. When you have an entry and it doesn't work out, you typically want to just go back to the drawing board, come back when you see another entry. But I am just entering, 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 kind of being a dickhead about it. Refusing to give up my bearish consensus, you know? Come on. Bulls are just keeping it around up here. Sooner or later, that 50's gonna flatten off and curve up. Yeah, I'm gonna get stopped again.
Order filled.
Yikes, and we're right back to where we started, even worse, actually. Man, oh man. Maybe I'll think about re-engaging when we get to point of control, see how it reacts, man, but I don't know. At this point, I'm starting to think they're trying to turn this back bullish. It's craziness, but I don't know, I guess. Just not a lot of room to the upside. Gosh, I want to just keep entering, but I'm getting chopped around up here. It's destroying my balance.
Order filled.
Can this be the one? Needs to break that structure there. Either goes or it doesn't, man.
Order filled.
Brutal. I don't know, man. Look like it wants to sell. Till it stops me out, you know? Stops me out and then it wants to go. Move point of control down to here. Interesting. They filled up this shit pretty well, man. I think the Bears are finally starting to back off here. See how they're coming up here. It's just making higher highs, higher lows. I don't know. Gotta wait for a better entry. It's very hard to tell what's going on in here, man. Should squeeze through here. So basically, my dad got fucked by slippage. Missed the entry short. It's just very difficult to tell what this market wants to do, but I'm pretty sure it wants to head back down. I just can't sell it here because this is at the 50 on the 5, so it's very possible we bounce again. And all of these EMAs are like moving very viciously. They're not moving in a clear, coherent way. Snuck above that opening range high here. That was my original plan, was to short this opening range high, but I got distracted.
Order filled.
Shouldn't be selling this here, but could really fall fast. Break that low. There we go. I need it to continue.
Order filled.
These dickheads, man. Just give us the bounce, man. Give us a good fucking entry. This is ridiculous.
Order filled. Order filled.
Man, we're just getting fucking railed.
Order filled.
I'm chasing
Order
this, man.
filled.
Right when you think that the Bears have taken control, the Bulls just take it right back up.
Order filled.
Either goes or I'm out, man. I'm not trying to keep getting stopped out, man. Man, it either goes or it doesn't, man. I don't care. If you come up and stop me out, that's fine. But like, go, man. Just fucking sell it off. Everybody wants to sell this here, but nobody wants to fucking really push it. I swear this is just a long fucking trap, dude. We came back and retested the low, that'd be 927. That's like another 100 points. We'd get all our money back, so. And some. Come back down and break this low, it should just collapse, man. 'Cause we made a lower high, make a lower low, and it should just go. Gosh, look at this, man. Look how tight this shit is. Man, they just keep protecting these lows, man. It's like, who is here buying this shit right now, dude? Dump it, you frickin' pricks. Gosh. Dump it. There's still so much room to sell, man. Like, bro, I already showed you guys, but we could go all the way to this low, man. I don't know why they're trying to hold this up here. Lower high, lower low, let's go. I'm already in on a fucking futures contract, but gosh.
Order filled.
This is fucking insanity. I don't know what to think. Today's price action sucks. Like, I knew when they rallied it at the open there was going to be a big sell-off where they trapped all those buyers, but I figured they'd continue the fucking sell-off. They just bounced it right back up. Hey, this is fucking terrible price action. The 50 on the 5 though, look at that. The 50 on the 5's got the 10 and the 21 right next to it.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Let it go, Bulls. My God. Let it go. Look at this shit, man. Fucking A. Come on, sell it. Should have closed that there.
Order filled.
I don't fucking know. I don't know what this pattern is. Some kind of bigger triangle on a 5 minute, looks like.
Order filled.
Alright, are you finally taking this fucking bitch down? It's just refusing to give me my drop. Like, I want it to go down so badly right now. Like, this is ridiculous. Should have probably sold out right at that fucking trend line, man. Knew it was gonna keep doing this stupid shit, man. Seeing bearish signals on the 5 minute, man. The 1 minute keeps driving it up. Keep driving it up, driving it up. Just needs to slam through here. Push it through. Come on.
Order filled.
Gosh, man, this is just terrible price action, man. Absolutely awful. One of these times I'm gonna be right, and it's gonna slam and I'm not gonna be in it. Just keep seeing these fucking pops right before this fucking floor gets taken out of it. And that's really pissing me off. Little pops. Tilt's going short too. Everybody's going short. It's like, what the fuck? Y'all just want to see this roll. So this is what I'm seeing on the 5. We got the crossover on the EMAs, but the 50's still uptrending, so that's what's driving it up, you know? The but the MACD's coming down. The MACD's almost completely reset, so that's like upsetting. And then, the 30's been coming down this entire time, but not really participating. Everything's just kind of fucked right now. There it goes, probably, right?
Order filled.
Let's try. Fuckers. Go, man. Go. Go. Push it. Push it. Oh my god, you see how much they're buying it up? These wicks are immediate. Push it. Push it through the buyers. Oh god. Sellers, fuck off, man. This is so frustrating.
Order filled.
Look at that. Fucking A. At least we didn't lose that much, actually, because it was a fucking, like, immediate pop back up. Slippage actually worked in my favor, which is obviously not gonna happen. Wow, look at this fucking stupid shit, dude. Yeah, this is insane. I really want to sell into this shit, but I can't, clearly. Count this as being A, B, C, and we're about to explode to the upside here. So I should be going long. Jeez. I'll be back.
Order filled.
My first long of the day.
Order filled.
I can't get anything today. Really nothing, man.
Order filled.
Just go this time, please. I feel like they've had way more than enough time to figure out what it is that they want to do. And since they can't sell it off, it's only leaves one option, and that's to just go with the overall momentum of the day. Bye.
Order filled.
It's just impossible to get a position today. It doesn't want to squeeze through, it doesn't want to drop off. Like what am I supposed to do? Ridiculous. How many entries have we traded today? I gotta have hella trades on this thing, right? 21. Jeez, sweet. 33.33%.
Order filled.
Come on, baby, go. Come on, baby, squeeze. Come on, baby, go. Come on, baby, squeeze. Let go, squeeze. Let go and squeeze. Just let go, bears. It's not going down. Squeeze, please. I'm begging you to do something. Squeeze, squeeze. I'm begging you to do something. Gosh. I mean, like, this is just the craziest chop of all time, it feels like. I mean, it's been winding up for so long now. It's like, please, when it does go, it should go. Could break the high here at this point. All this winding up that we've done today. You could squeeze all the way up, you know? Yeah, we're up 400 bucks here. 500 bucks. One of the better trades today. Had multiple opportunities to be in the green. Should probably just taken it there, man. Gosh. Hold the 21, please. Hold the 21, please. Oh gosh, man, this is just insane. Hold the 21, please.
Order filled.
Man, should have just taken the 600 bucks. This is a see money, take money type of market, man. This is just insane. $50 on the 5 is starting to flatten a little bit. I'm not really seeing anything on like a 5 minute or a 1 minute, so we're gonna go ahead and look out at a 30 minute because like that's the only thing that'll give us any signs. Like, I'm sure you guys can probably see. Honestly, I don't think I need these channels anymore, but we're gonna keep them on and then turn it off. Clean up the charts a little bit here. Came down to the 50 on the one. A, B. The question is if we've gotten the C yet or not. There's some people that are trying to say this is C and it's just a pennant and we're going higher. 1, 2, 3. There's a lot of people that are still thinking this is going to sell at some point. Is there any news today? Trump signing executive order, White House brief at 1. Supposed to be a White House press briefing at 1. I'm not in. I was short in futures, but I took profit a long time ago. Just absolute bullshit price action. I can't make anything.
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey.
Some even arguing that it does come directly from God, but many of those governments having a direct correlation or tie to, say, Rome and the Catholic Church, or another form of religious subservience within the governance. So, in other words, if you were not part of that church or that religion, then you could be prosecuted for that. So very liberal ideas in the time, what our founders did to say that rights come from God, not government, and that you can ultimately choose if and how you so worship.
Exactly. And so can you talk to us about your thoughts about the persecution that Jews and Christians alike throughout this world are facing? I mean, just over the weekend in Ukraine, but also in Nigeria, the other week in Congo. And then even the president right now saying, you know what, Harvard University, you guys are being, pro, terrorist organizations. President Trump pulling federal grants from Harvard. I mean, people have to just get it straight here. It's either there's a law and we follow this thing and get it right, or we just let anything happen, anything goes, which is not the way to go.
Such a beautiful reminder of this country that we have freedom of religion. I was reminded on Palm Sunday with my pastor here in Auburn said, if you cannot come for Holy Week services, please stop at 3 o'clock on Friday. Remember what Christ did for us, ripping open that veil. His body and flesh failed in that moment, but the spirit persevered. And that's why I'm so excited to see Mel Gibson's sequel to The Passion that is beginning to film, I believe, in Italy in the coming weeks. And that will depict those 2 to 3 days where Christ went into the underworld, into hell, to redeem those souls. So it's a beautiful reminder of that. But yes, the cross now, because we live with religious freedom here in America, it's glorified now. But remember, it was the most dangerous form of Roman execution, the most fearful. It was to not only make you feel isolated and alone, but literally kill you by suffocation. You would almost hope to die a quick death, although torturous and painful, because it literally would rack and break your bones. You could not breathe over the course of hours and days in some cases. Now it's glorified. Christ reverses everything literally in this moment, in this week that we celebrate. And sometimes it's hard to remember, with so much abundance in this country, that that's the cost of believing in these things, that the cross is the ultimate crown jewel, that we are to carry that. And sometimes as Christians, we do forget that, but their brothers and sisters around the world, are going through those hardships. And that's why I'm so grateful for President Trump and his team, and the fact that they're embracing and making these stories known throughout the world and supporting those Christians who are persecuted.
Exactly. It's so wonderful that Jesus did not stay in that grave, rose again on the third day. Of course, we're celebrating that on Sunday. Robert, can you talk to us a little bit about just overall the 30,000-foot view of what we're seeing right now with this president, this team, as we're approaching that 100-day mark? We've been talking about it, you and I think over the past 80 days. Every day we cover this president, it seems as if we're giving the commentary after 100 days, because it seems like he's done 100 days of work in, 20 days.
Well, as the Jewish and Christian people celebrate Emmanuel, literally the translation, God with us, we hear that more during the Advent and Christmas season. But it's so true with this president and with this team, with the faith office and everyone he's surrounded himself with. It's subject matter experts. These people, I've said it many times, in the cabinet do not need these positions. In fact, many of them taking big pay cuts on top of ridicule, on top of just all of the spears and arrows slung and flung their direction in order to make this country great again. And I love that he's put a team together that they're really good with media. And that's helpful, whether they've been on-air hosts themselves or people that have been experienced as governors or having positions where they've discussed with media on a regular basis. We saw that just yesterday with President Bukele from El Salvador, whether it was Secretary of State Marco Rubio or even Attorney General Pam Bondi, of course, Stephen Miller, the special assistant, really breaking down the case and why the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 that the Alien Enemies Act is to be upheld and that the executive has the sole authority when it comes to that in our government, all the way back to 1798. The courts do not dictate immigration policy in this country. Full stop. So, it's great to see that this team really not only is on the side of facts, but that they are surrounded by, I believe, angels, I believe God, and I think President Trump believes, going back to July 13th of last year, that God put him on this mission, preserving his life in order to save this country.
Exactly. Let's highlight Stephen Miller, the deputy chief of staff at the White House yesterday, standing next to the fake news and still breaking it down to your point. But, when you look at Stephen, you look at Carolyn Levitt, you look at all these people, they communicate with such clarity and truth and sheer just precise information. And you can't argue with it. You could try, but you really can't, right?
Well, we saw just last week, too, that Caroline with her team, I believe Margot Martin actually filmed that they're all praying before she goes out. So the Holy Spirit is with them in all of this. And it's beautiful to see that back in the White House, because sadly we went through 4 years of someone with Joe Biden who was Catholic in name only. And I could say that being a practicing Catholic, because he might have gone through the motions, but his team around him did not believe that. And ultimately that would have been okay. But as you see the different faith traditions, the different backgrounds of this White House, they all share in prayer together. And Scott Turner from HUD, of course, the first cabinet meeting, they all broke out in prayer together. So, it's astounding to see that they are turning to God in this amazing moment. And, who else did that? President Bukele and his team. And they went from the most dangerous country in the Western Hemisphere in El Salvador to now the safest. They're safer than we are per capita. Think about that for a moment.
Yeah, it's wild. I've seen that online as well, that it's safer to go to a place like El Salvador instead of some of the other countries like Sweden. It's shocking to see it. But when you have a great leader, great things happen. And we see that with Bukele. Of course, we see that with President Trump. Robert, can you talk to us about today at 3 o'clock? I know there's an event that the president will be involved in. Can you talk to us a little about that coverage a little bit later? I'm not sure what it is other than an event with the Navy, right?
It is, yeah, the Commander-in-Chief Ball. So this is a special trophy that they were successful at with the Navy and Army traditional game, which was outstanding this year because both teams, two of the best seasons they've ever had in football. So we know that over the course of the last week, especially, whether it be with the Ohio State University Buckeyes yesterday, which we're joking around a bit because one of their finest graduates, of course, Vice President J.D. Vance, fumbled the trophy, but the trophy's intact. We were actually mentioning with Mr. Producer, I did not know that the National Football Championship separates like that. So the trophy was safe, but the base went down. But I'm sure it was a fun moment at the White House regardless. Always President Trump, Vice President Vance, always able to handle those sometimes silly moments. But I'm sure that was a fun day with the scarlet and gray. But back to the Navy, an amazing season. And they really were in the discussion, cut through the top 20 of all of college football into the top 10 in points. Of course, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, who took on Ohio State, they were able to beat them pretty well, the Navy midshipmen, earlier on in the season. But regardless, a season to be proud of. And you usually don't see that with football. They've been historically not the strongest against these big conference names, but we'll see if Navy and Army get some bigger recruits now, given that they played so well last year.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so we're going to see that coverage with you, sir, at 3 o'clock right here at the desk. RSBN host Robert McNeely, thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you a bit later.
Godspeed. We'll see you soon, Matthew.
All right, see ya. All right, so 12:31, you see the live stakeout spot there. That's right near where some of the mainstream media, some of the conservative media do those live shots. You see the White House in the background. That's that shot right there. And then, of course, you're seeing that we're awaiting Carolyn Levitt for the press conference that will be starting in just about 28 minutes. Why don't we take a commercial break right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network? We have more to come. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a second.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
President Trump is keeping his promises and saving America. And your kids can learn all about it for free with a new Kids Guide to President Trump. This fun guide shows kids all the steps President Trump is taking to put America back on top of the world stage, including building a strong economy, protecting our borders, and negotiating trade deals. It's an exciting way for kids to learn about President Trump's outstanding leadership. Act now and get a free bonus guide, The Courage of the President. Order now at freetrumpbook.com. That's freetrumpbook.com.
Hey y'all, it's Silk. from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to announce the next generation of energy drinks, Rev 7. It has no sugar and no caffeine. Instead, Rev 7 uses Go BHB. Go BHB is one of the body's primary ketones, and it provides the most efficient and clean fuel that your body needs. It also helps you stay energized all day with no crashes. Not only that, it produces 3 times more brain energy than sugar, which helps boost your memory, focus, and mental sharpness. It also helps reduce stress and helps balance your mood. Rev 7 does all that while being the best tasting energy drink ever. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to save 20% today. I'm so sure you're going to love Rev 7. For a limited time, you get our introductory 3-pack absolutely free. I drink Rev 7 every day, and I absolutely love it, and so will you.
Welcome back to RSBN Live, looking at the stakeout area there. Sometimes Carolyn Levitt will stop at that microphone, or Stephen Miller. We also have a live vantage point, I'm sure, of the Capitol building, the White House, and possibly the press briefing room as we get ready to go inside the West Wing there at the Brady press briefing room. We'll hear what Carolyn Levitt has to say at the beginning of the press conference, and then we'll hear from some of the fake news. We'll also hear from new media, conservative media, which a lot of people are starting to watch, listen, click on that content instead of that junk that's coming from the left. It's pretty simple. And you're not going to hear that again on mainstream media because they always want you to think they have everything together, everything's perfect, and here's the news. Well, your news is fake. It's fake news. And it was pretty awesome seeing President Trump on Air Force One the other day, introducing his granddaughter Kai to the fake news. He goes, "Hey, this is the fake news. Welcome to the..." It was just a fun interaction. I can't do a great impersonation of President Trump. I'll leave that up to Robert McNeely and others. But the point is, it's kind of a laughing stock at this point, the left-wing media is. I'm trying not to keep going against the mainstream media, but it's hard not to because I used to work in mainstream media. I saw what it was like. Thank God for conservative media and common sense and truth and just a love for God, our country, and we the people. So that's what President Trump has. That's what Carolyn Levitt has. That's what J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller, RFK Jr., the list goes on, Elon Musk, all the great cabinet leaders. We see so many awesome things happening, and it's just great to cover it here at Right Side. So,
man.
A little bit later, the CEO of the National Religious Broadcasters, Troy Miller, will join us at about 12:45 Eastern, so in just a few minutes from now. Let's shift over to a White House email that came out talking about illegal aliens. Speaking of numerous criminals who Democrats and the legacy media are defending. Brutal killers and rapists all taken off our streets in just the past week thanks to the tireless work of ICE. If Democrats and the legacy media had it their way, these sick criminals would be roaming free. So there was a list of about 20 criminals that were sent to the media out there, and it's just every kind of crime you can think of. There's about 20 of them that are now off the streets. This was done over the past 72 hours. And it's true. I mean, if the Democrats and some of the legacy media had it their way, they thrive on disorganization. They thrive on chaos and weakness and all of those things to try and destroy the fabric of our country. But thanks be to God, we have President Trump and this team in there sewing it back up, making it stronger than ever before, and moving forward as a nation. All right, so it's 12:38, Tuesday, April 15th. Some of our sponsors include angelpaste.com out of Spring, Texas. All you have to do is go to angelpaste.com, use that RSBN promo code for the Miracle Cream. There's also a number of other products on there as well. They hire military veterans, a great sponsor, and a great product right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's shift over to Colonial Metals Group. So freegoldguide.com. You'll get a free gold guide if you just go to freegoldguide.com/RSBN. You can also use that QR code right there on your screen. You'll get that sent to you in your mailbox. Gives you all the information you need when it comes to gold and silver as a backup to your dollar, especially if those dollars are in your retirement or your savings. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. All right, so we see, again, that email from the White House just recently talking about the criminal aliens being deported. And if anybody defends criminal aliens, you wonder why. And again, it's to that point of trying to destroy the nation. But thank God we've got, more than 80% of the nation, even some Democrats out there that say, I don't want the radical extreme thing going on here. I do want stronger borders. I do want law and order. I do want health and wealth for our country. So we're seeing a lot of great things, again, happen across our nation. All right, so we do know that President Trump, of course, means business when it comes to all things America First. On the heels of pulling more than $2 billion in federal grants from Harvard University, as the school continues to allow pro-terrorist protests on campus, this morning on Truth Social, the President of the United States said the following: perhaps Harvard should lose its tax-exempt status and be taxed as a political entity if it keeps pushing political, ideological, and terrorist-inspired supporting sicknesses. Remember, tax-exempt status is totally contingent on acting in the public interest. So the president already pulling $2 billion in grants, federal grants to that school. Of course, Columbia University already had to go through this. Next up is Harvard. Until these schools get it right, you can't be promoting terrorist organizations. That's terrible. I mean, these are criminal organizations, and it's awful to see that people are so brainwashed to think that you should support a group like Hamas. Makes no sense to anybody that is a common sense thinker, which is a majority of the world. And what I mean by that is the free world. You know, the people of Brazil, even though they're under Lula, who is not the great Bolsonaro, who is a friend of Trump, those people in Brazil, they want common sense leaders. They understand that it's not good to be cheering or protesting for people that support Hamas. And then you look at anybody around the world. I think of a lot of countries, the people of the world at the end of the day. And I just know that we're just glad to be Americans, and we're proud to be Americans here in this nation where we have freedom running and ruling the day under President Trump. All right, so it's 12:41. As we get ready for our next live interview, I was thinking about next year's midterms, that we should make the 2026 midterms too big to rig, just like the past election for 2024. We already know that the midterms should and will go in our favor. We see all the wins that are happening. We see that people are fed up with the leftist policies, and the Democrats are trying to figure out what to do next. But at the end of the day, making the midterms in November of next year too big to rig, making this vote just as important as the election, the general election vote of 2024 of November 5th. The reason being, we have to have Congress, we have to have the House, the Senate, all still on the favor or on the side of Team America, President Trump. So we have to really build up into that midterm as an important vote, not to just sit back and be like, well, President Trump's in office, everything's going to be okay. Well, having the House and the Senate on the side of the right side of history is very important. So making 2026 midterms too big to rig, I think, is really important as well. As we saw that leading up to President Trump's great election victory in all of the rallies in the campaign season, we saw that so many times where he would talk about making it too big to rig. And we saw all the signs, and it was great to see that and experience that here at Right Side. So on the president's schedule today, the president will sign executive orders at 2:30 at the Oval Office. Then at 3 o'clock, we'll have live coverage right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as the president participates in a Commander-in-Chief Trophy presentation to the Navy midshipmen, the United States Naval Academy, of course. So that'll be at the East Room of the White House. It's kind of cool to see the serious things that happen at the White House and then the fun sports events. I mean, you've had racing champions there. You had the LA Dodgers there, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Now the Navy midshipmen after winning against the Army. So it'd be cool to see that as well. So it's 12:43 Eastern Time. Let's go through some of the Truth Social posts on Truth Social by President Trump recently, speaking about our great farmers. Our farmers are great, he says, but because of their greatness, they are always put on the front line with our adversaries, such as China, whenever there is a trade negotiation, or in this case, a trade war. The same thing happened in my first term. China was brutal to our farmers. These patriots just want to hold on and have a great trade deal and see that made. I rewarded our farmers with a payment of $28 billion, all through the China deal. It was a great transaction for the USA until crooked Joe Biden came in and didn't enforce it. China largely reneged on the deal, although they behaved during the Trump administration, only buying a portion of what they agreed to buy. The president goes on to say they had zero respect for the crooked Biden administration, and who can blame them for that? Interestingly, they just reneged on the big Boeing deal, saying that they will not take possession of fully committed to aircraft. The USA will protect our farmers. So President Trump on Truth Social earlier today, about an hour ago, and again talking about Harvard, saying they should lose its tax-exempt status and be taxed as a political entity if it keeps pushing political, ideological, and terrorist-inspired supporting sickness. Remember, tax-exempt status is totally contingent on acting in the public interest. So that on Truth Social. Let's go to our next live interview on the fly here, 12:45, Tuesday, April 15th. We'll get to Troy Miller, the CEO of the National Religious Broadcasters. Troy, thank you so much for joining us. You know, it's quite the day today. You know, when I think of National Religious Broadcasters, I'm already thinking of Rush Limbaugh right now because of what a great job he did as a conservative and as a believer himself. Sir, your thoughts about Rush and also just moving forward this week with Holy Week? Okay, sir, we don't hear you on audio right now. We don't hear you on audio, so we're going to get that on the fly. Is that better? Here. Yep, that is better. All right, let's re-rack and try it again. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah, you know, I think Rush was a great commentator, and he was a great conservative, and he was also a very supportive of his Christian faith and faith in general. And he really understood how to communicate to the masses. Rush really made AM radio kind of really very famous, and AM radio today carries on as a top communication for conservative and Christian talk and teach. So, and look, you're right. We're heading into Holy Week. This is probably one of the most important weeks on the Christian calendar and for Christians, because this is the week, as we all know, that Christ sacrificed his life in replacement for ours. And so we celebrate that. That's very important to us. We were so happy to see the statement the president put out. Just an incredible statement the White House did. I think you could go back into history. You might have to go back all the way to the Founding Fathers to find anything that succinct, Christian, and theologically correct talking about Easter week.
Exactly. So isn't it awesome that we have a commander-in-chief that has a White House faith office that just last week, or just a few days ago actually, Carolyn Levitt, there was someone recording, she was praying with the team and praying to Jesus, not being afraid or ashamed of the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, praying and then going out there before the press. I mean, it's just something you don't see every day, especially when it comes to, you know, the high profile of the White House.
Yeah, well, you certainly haven't seen it in the White House profile the last 4 years, if not even going back farther than that. And then, and just across government, look, this president has done an incredible job of erasing the fear that people have had in the government to have their faith lived out. You know, he's shown it himself. He's appointed so many people of strong faith to key positions. Carolyn Levitt's one of them. We look at Mike Huckabee, who was just recently confirmed as the ambassador to Israel. You can look at Marco Rubio. You can just look at across the board, people of faith, not only people of faith in positions, but people of faith who are not afraid to express that in a public setting.
And so here's the thing. If you and I were doing an interview in China right now, or we were doing an interview in any country that is anti-speaking about your faith, I don't even know if this would be able to air, first of all. But, I mean, do we really realize what we have here? And I know it's more of a rhetorical question, but do we really realize that?
We don't. We don't realize what we have here. And I'll tell you this, here's the really sad, scary part about it. We're rapidly becoming the only country that you could air this kind of interview and this kind of program. You can't do it across Europe. Europe today has gone in completely weaponized against any kind of Christian faith or Christian values and morality is held. You can't do it north of us in Canada. You might be able to do it in countries in South America. Certainly can't do it in Muslim countries. And we should understand that very foundation, those religious, the freedoms that we hold, the free exercise thereof in the religious and the freedom of speech are so fundamental to who we are as a culture and a country.
It's so true. It's so true. Great points there. Including, let's throw in the United Kingdom. I mean, it seems as if, maybe if you say anything against another religion or whatever, it's like, oh my gosh, you're going to go to jail for that. I mean, we're holding on to our freedom here in this country. I know this is what's interesting, sir, and I want to get your thoughts on it too. It's like the 8 billion people versus the 800. The 800 are those that are the dictatorial, those that are putting their thumb down on the people. It seems as if the people, though, of Iran or China or Brazil or anywhere just want to be free and be able to say something and not be fearing for their lives. Do you agree, generally speaking, in that analogy, the 8 billion of the free world versus just the few that are trying to have all that stinking power?
Oh, absolutely. It's always been the power hungry, the dictators, the tyrants of the world. And then look today, also the quote elites, the educational elites, who always have this mentality that they feel like that they know what's better for them and what's better for the people than the people know themselves. And that's the whole root of the problem, is that they lord it over them. And we see it here in the U.S. That's what the education, the elites do here. We know what's better for you than you know what's for yourself. They don't know that people really do know how to manage themselves and live their own lives.
Exactly. So when you look at it, I read this book by T.S. Dixon, The Woke Mind Viruses. He talks about Darwinism and Marxism and Nietzsche and all them, and all these people that's where the root of liberalism, that's the root of communism, that's the root of trying to silence Christians, to persecute Christians, but also persecute Jews, the Old Testament, the New Testament. And to your point, we're speaking so freely here in America right now, but this isn't something you hear on mainstream media, do you?
No, you don't hear it on mainstream media. Mainstream media, well, first of all, they speak negative, all they can negativity on Christianity and Judaism today. So, because look, the left knows, the progressives know that the last firewall in front of them from stonewalling and rolling over this country is Christianity. It's the Judeo-Christian foundation. They have to get rid of that in this country before they can take all the control that they want to. And so that's why you saw the weaponization against government. You saw the weaponization of corporate America, and you see the weaponization of mainstream media against Christianity in this country.
With God, though, all things are possible. We thank God for being on the side of anybody that's free, that would just call on his name and be saved, right? I mean, it's that simple. Sometimes people want to make it really confusing. I mean, look at the robber on the cross next to Jesus. He just was like, hey, remember me when you're in paradise. He put his faith in him right there, and Jesus said, I'll see you in paradise. Can you believe it? It was that quick.
Yep. And there's a great sermon by Alistair Begg that says when that guy got to heaven and they asked him, hey, why should I let you in? He said, because the guy next to me on the cross said, I'll see you in paradise. That was as simple as it got. I will see you in paradise. And he said, yep, come on in. Heaven is for you, because Christ died for our sins. He paid our penalty. He did what we couldn't do. And then God, he was raised him from the dead to give us the assurance that death does not have the final answer.
That is the truth. And that is exactly the message that President Trump and Melania Trump shared in a proclamation for this Holy Week just the other day.
Right.
Troy, I love you, man. And I want you back on this show as soon as possible. Also, can you share with us one scripture that really speaks to you, or maybe just one that you read recently that really speaks to you?
Look, the Apostle Paul, when he was talking to the church in Galatians, and I just love Galatians. You know, he's talking to the church in Galatians. He talks about our faith. And I was just reading this, and he said, look, I think it's in the 3rd chapter, and he said, we have to remember that God himself has advocated on our behalf, God himself. And that's for us as Christians that we have to remember, as you said, if God is on our side, who can be against us? God himself is advocating for us.
Amen. And I think of a scripture as well, that God looks to and through the entire earth for a heart that is completely his. Just to think about that thought, that the Creator, God himself, looks throughout the earth right now, and he's looking for somebody's heart that is completely his. That's Amen. Pretty awesome. And we could commune Amen. With him. Thanks be to God. Thanks be to Jesus. What a Holy Amen. Week. We love Holy Week. We love every day that we're alive here. We're thanking God for all the blessings. Sir, thank you so much. Troy Miller, CEO of the National Religious Broadcasters. I'd love to have you on again, sir.
Thank you. I'd love to be with you.
Thank you. All right, so we're about 5 minutes out from the top of the hour, and we'll be hearing from Carolyn Levitt, who also is a Christian and talks about her faith. She had a great interview on the 700 Club. David Brody did that interview the other day, and it was great to hear that, again, on the other side of that blue door to the left, and I spoke about this earlier in the week, and I said that they pray right before they go out there, and it's pretty awesome. And if you missed that actual prayer, it's Margot Martin recorded it. You can go to my Truth Social if you'd like. It's at Matthew Alvarez. Just scroll down a little bit, maybe 3 or 4 posts ago, and it's that moment of what she does with that team, the Office of Communications at the White House. And yes, we're talking a lot about faith today, and we have freedom of speech to do that. And, you know, if you're not a believer, we are welcoming you to be with us here and just watch what we air, what we talk about. We all have our journeys, our stories, and all that kind of thing, but this is not the mainstream media, and it won't ever be. It's awesome to have that freedom to speak about our faith, but also to speak about all the accomplishments that we're seeing by President Trump. Now, we do want to see all of the reformation of America, the reform of this country, when it comes to those 20 core promises that the president has promised us. And we're seeing that all 20 of those promises that I went over the other day are actually already happening, from sealing the border to no men and women's sports and on. But we understand that the deep state's pretty much been dismantled. There's still globalists out there. We still have to take care of business, though, when it comes to protecting and saving our country. That's the job of Pam Bondi and Kash Patel. We also are looking forward to seeing whatever files that Representative Anna Paulina Luna is going to release from the declassification task force that she spoke about. So we're not just saying, oh, yay, Trump every day, but indirectly we are, because what's happening are good things. So why not, right? It's just facts. Boy, it's and see some of the reporters standing there. They, you know, I know some of them. I remember meeting Peter Doocy in Nashville, Tennessee one time. And I've worked alongside a lot of these colleagues and journalists at a number of the Trump rallies. So when we're standing there live, right next to us are CNN or MSNBC. And have I, you know, high-fived or fist bumped some of these people? I have. But that's just the flow of being a colleague. But the content out of their mouth, we don't talk about that, because I disagree 100% with what they're saying. So they are on the side of the lying, they lie, and we're on the side of truth. Now, you have to make your decision. Do you agree with what we're saying? And all we're saying here is that common sense talking point of, we want law and order in our country. We want our border to be sealed. We want to have the faith that we want to have. We want to have more money or be more healthy or have our constitutional rights intact or have the no more weaponization of the DOJ. So these are the basic things we're talking about. And if I were in the Oval Office yesterday, and I'd be congratulating the El Salvador president, Bukele, and President Trump, and then I would ask a question, but still, these journalists, so-called journalists, they're just a bunch of actors. That's what fake news is. If you're fake, you're an actor. They're just trying to drum up some talking point that is rooted in the pit of hell. Anyway, Kalshi.com/RSBN. You can see that on your screen. When will Bitcoin hit $150,000? That's a good question. But also, there's a lot of great questions on Kalshi.com/RSBN. So check it out if you'd like. Great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. They talk about sports on there, politics, weather, science, technology, all kinds of stuff. So Kalshi.com/RSBN. Let's go to freetrumpbook.com as well. A lot of great topics there, from President Trump to American greatness to fighting indoctrination to the elections and on. A lot of great information. freetrumpbook.com, a great sponsor at Right Side Broadcasting Network. It is 1 o'clock Eastern time. It's about that time for the press conference for Karoline Leavitt. So we look forward to seeing her arrive there at the podium and share with us, the American people, some of the directives that she's hearing from the president when it comes to what's next for X and Y topic. We'll be hearing that from her. And then, of course, we'll hear some questions from the press there. So it would be interesting if the press would do a little bit of musical chairs. Why not have conservative media or new media or just other media that's in the back shift up to the front? Why does ABC and NBC and CBS sit there in the front? They act like they're holding everybody accountable. Well, they're not holding anybody accountable. They're just trying to push that false narrative. And we saw it yesterday in the Oval Office. And this is the thing about President Trump and Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio and J.D. Vance and Karoline Leavitt. They're not just going to sit there and take it. They flip the script. And it's fun to watch. So we're looking forward to having you watch with us and stream with us here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. A little bit later at 3 o'clock Eastern, Robert McNeely will be here. He's going to cover the Navy Midshipman Commander-in-Chief Trophy presentation at the East Room of the White House with President Trump. He keeps getting those fun assignments with the sports. I did get one recently, though, with the Auburn Tigers in San Antonio. But that's a fun one. He also got the Florida Panthers NHL Stanley Cup presentation. I'm a big hockey fan. I'm like, come on, Bobby, I want to get on the air for that. Kidding aside, we're seeing, again, a lot of the live reporters, getting ready, and they'll be sitting down, of course, and then we'll see Karoline Leavitt take the podium there. If you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801. So just text RSBN to 801-801 if you'd like to donate to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Of course, we've been around since 2015. All of those rallies, those campaign speeches, those remarks, those great events, and in some cases, as you know, terrible and tragic events. But seeing President Trump overcome all of that, and all of us together, all those years, I know I miss Rally Day. I know you do too. And when we interview people outside in the lines, I totally miss that. However, midterm time, I believe there will be some more rallies. So that will be quite awesome. That's not until next year, but it'll be cool to see again here on Right Side. But if you'd like to donate, just text RSBN to 801-801. All right, let's go to some Truth Social posts on Right Side Broadcasting Network as well. You can see that border crossings hit an all-time record low in March under President Trump. Also, Trump celebrates NVIDIA, so NVIDIA's $500 billion U.S. investment. MAGA support soars in new poll as Trump nears 100 days in office. Trump freezes $2.2 billion to Harvard after it refuses to comply. Trump responds to conviction of illegal immigrant who killed Rachel Morin. These are all articles that you can see on Right Side Broadcasting Network, whether it's at rsbnetwork.com or on our X page, our Truth Social page. A lot of great reporting going on there as we monitor a lot of the live situations that are happening here at the network, but also any breaking news that happens out there beyond the Beltway. I've been looking at, because I really like aviation, and we do get some aviation experts on the network from time to time. But recently, some tragedies, and wondering what happened. Recently in New York State, in Florida, and then of course in New York City as well, a helicopter crash, and then 2 smaller planes went down. Always monitoring those kind of situations, seeing what happened, why it happened, and then also any updates with the FAA or air traffic control when it comes to Sean Duffy with the Department of Transportation, working on getting the best people in the right places and making sure everything is smooth and good for our aviation safety out there. Also, did a story a long time ago in the mainstream media, but it had to do with security at airports, seeing some delivery trucks that were driving onto tarmacs without getting a full check of what's inside the actual truck. We got the actual video footage of all that kind of thing. So just always monitoring anything aviation, just it's something I like to do, and also with weather and meteorology, but that's more for Christina Loren as we see various weather patterns throughout the country. All right, shifting gears. Before I get way off track there, let's go to a number of our sponsors here. Producer, which one should we go to again? All right, let's go to Colonial Metals Group. freegoldguide.com/RSBN. freegoldguide.com/RSBN is the website. If you go there, you'll get a free info kit in the mail. And also, you'll know more about gold and silver as a backup plan to the United States dollar, especially when it comes to your retirement or savings. So having it in that high value of gold and silver. Let's also talk about mypillow.com/RSBN. You see the mattress topper right there. $99.99. Use that promo code RSBN. You'll get that percentage off, up to 50% off everything. There's more than 2,000 products on mypillow.com. All right, so it's 5 minutes after 1 o'clock right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. This is RSBN Live. We go live wall to wall when it comes to a number of events, including press briefings or when there's a live feed for an executive order signing. If there's not a live feed, we'll always tape playback that for you to see exactly what the president is signing and what he's talking about when it comes to various mini press conferences. Also, later today, the event with the Navy. Again, that starts at 3 o'clock. Right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Now, upcoming on Thursday, the Italian president, Giorgia Meloni, will join President Trump there at the White House. So that would be 2 leaders in this week alone. That has got to be upwards of 15 to 20, I think, at this point, of foreign leaders stopping by at the White House as we continue to see the president making America great again with America First policies, but also working with world leaders where he needs to in order to get that job done. Priority number 1 being us, we the people. Great to see it here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, let's go again to some of the top headlines that we're following here at Right Side. On Truth Social, when it comes to President Trump's posts, recent posts, speaking a lot about Harvard University taking about $2.2 billion of grant money from Harvard because they just keep on supporting those or allowing students to support these terrorist organizations, which is radicalization of the faith of Islam, and seeing that out there at Harvard. So we're seeing the president taking the federal grant money from Harvard, but also he did the same thing over at Columbia. At the end of the day, that's part of the 20 promises to the American people. One of them is right here: deport pro-Hamas radicals and make our college campuses safe and patriotic again. It's a promise that President Trump shared with the American people on the campaign trail. It's a promise being fulfilled by doing things like taking the federal grant money from Harvard, from Columbia, as these woke schools need to get in line with what we, the people, voted for, President Trump and his agenda. So we'll hear more about that here in just a second from Carolyn Levitt at the White House press briefing in Washington, D.C. All right, let's get to those posts from President Trump here shortly, as I know you can follow along with me if you'd like, as we are standing by for the great Carolyn Levitt there on the podium at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Again, let's look at border crossings hitting an all-time record low in March, according to the president. That was about 5 hours ago that he posted that, but it's interesting. You never know when you're going to get a great post from the president, whether it's late at night, early in the morning, during the day. He gets to speak to the American people directly with Truth Social. And then, of course, the X account as well, where he has about 103 million followers on that one, and upwards of about 10 million on Truth Social, as that site continues to grow, that platform for conservatives and really for anyone that wants to go on there. We've seen people like Gavin Newsom on Truth Social, which is interesting, but it is what it is. And it's still a great site, and so is Right Side Broadcasting Network's RSBN or rsbnetwork.com website, if you'd like to go to that. Let's also go live right now to the press briefing room. Let's listen in as we're getting ready for Karoline Leavitt live at the White House.
No, she's from the hill. Yeah. Her last time her walking the road. We all liked it at the time I was here. We were living in
We still have a lot of time. When I wanted to you need to stop.
Did you? Was that what the first one was?
The first one.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so it's 1:11 Eastern Time, awaiting Karoline Leavitt there. Looking at the Department of Government Efficiency right now, DOGE, of course. There's a contract update out there. Agencies terminated 180 wasteful contracts with a ceiling value of $3.3 billion and savings of $2.6 billion, including an $85.5 thousand EPA contract for live plant maintenance services. The internal EPA team will water them going forward, and also a $265,000 Health and Human Services contract for social media monitoring, subscription training, and platform setup. Holy smokes. Contract update. So that's a lot of savings. We're talking billions of dollars. So DOGE still going at it, getting it done for us. And we're seeing that with every department across the executive branch, the cabinet positions from the DOD to HHS, HUD, and on. Also, great work by the Department of Veteran Affairs canceling an unreasonably priced multi-year $15.3 million services contract for salary survey data and analysis. Let's run that by you again. Great work by the Department of Veteran Affairs canceling an unreasonably priced multi-year $15.3 million service contract for salary survey data and analysis. 15.3 million of our tax dollars going toward some survey. Well, DOGE, again, doing great for the American people. Let's go to one more. Great work by Secretary Wright. The new energy policy caps university grant overhead at 15%, consistent with for-profit, nonprofit, and state and local government awardees. This saves taxpayers more than $400 million a year. It's kind of clear. We see President Trump, we see Elon Musk, we see this Department of everything, every cabinet position, really doing awesome things for our country. And anybody that comes against that makes no sense to me. And I'm sure it makes no sense to you. It's because They have no common sense. So hopefully they will, and hopefully they get woken up. We see a lot of people, though, that were woken up over the past 4 years with the difference between what it was like under President Trump under the first administration, then what it was like under Biden, as Robert McNeely perfectly calls Biden now. He simply calls him AutoPen. And then now we have President Trump, only less than 100 days still in office as the president here in the second administration. Quite wild to see the amount of things that have happened in the positive win column for this country. It's quite awesome to see. Let's go to one of the sponsors quickly before we go to the press conference there. Let's go to angelpaste.com. A lot of great products there. Angelpaste.com. Use the RSBN promo code. You see the Miracle Cream there. There's other products as well. Out of Spring, Texas, they hire military veterans. Go to angelpaste.com. Check it out. Use the RSBN promo code for quite the discount on that product. All right, so 1:14 Eastern, Tuesday, April 15th. Let's go to a number of other posts that we're seeing, not only from DOJ, but also the Department of Defense, as we know that Pete Hegseth doing a great job there with the southern border, seeing the U.S. Army, the Marines, you see the National Guard, the Coast Guard, also the Navy, in some cases Air Force and Space Force, all taking care of our border. It is a lockdown border now. People are not crossing like they used to be at all. March is a record-setting time for the amount of border crossings, which are very few. Now the situation is getting the drug cartel, the terrorist organization, to stop bringing in the narcotics via fentanyl as well. But we see our military along the southern border. Will something happen down there? Who knows? But at the end of the day, the drug cartel have to be shaking in their boots, because at the end of the day, the boots on the ground of the U.S. Army are right there on the other side of that border. And you don't want to mess with the U.S. Army. So that is going to hopefully stop the fentanyl crossing our border, claiming the lives of people across this country. And also, interestingly enough, China, the precursor of the fentanyl, the ingredient that they have, is also part of this whole situation too. So a lot going on. Pick a topic, right? From the economy to the southern border to constitutional rights to foreign policy, domestic policy, America First agenda, the weaponization against people of the government, that kind of thing that President Trump is eliminating from that happening. But there's so many things going on out there, and we're going to hear a lot of the topics discussed by Carolyn Levitt here at any minute, as the press conference scheduled for 1 p.m. Eastern. It's now 1:16, of course, as they organize and pray before the press conference. We'll hear it all live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Programming note, of course, at 3 o'clock. Robert McNeely will be sharing coverage with you in regards to the Commander-in-Chief trophy presentation for the Navy midshipmen. That'll be happening at about 3:30, but our coverage starts at 3 o'clock right here on Right Side. So if you saw yesterday's great event outside at the South Lawn with the Ohio State Buckeyes, well, today it'll be inside at the East Room of the White House, where the president usually holds those kind of events, but also historic executive order signings like No Men and Women's Sports, and on and on and on. So we'll be seeing a lot of those events at the East Room of the White House, also the Rose Garden, and at the South Lawn. As today, of course, Tuesday, April 15th, let's look at some more headlines that we're following. We also, from time to time, we like to see libs of TikTok doing a great job as well out there, posting some various content that is pretty interesting as we monitor a lot of news happening. So ICE in Baltimore has arrested a twice deported Guatemalan illegal alien who's charged with murder and assault. He was arrested in 2024, and the local law enforcement refused to honor the ICE detainer request and released him back onto the streets. But thankfully, ICE has rearrested someone that was charged with murder and assault. That happening just recently. Also, the State Department and DOJ just canceled 139 wasteful grants worth $215 million including 1.4 million for preventing internet fragmentation in Brazil, $750,000 for enabling civil society resilience and adaptation in Kyrgyzstan, and then 1 million for building trust and keeping hope alive in Sri Lanka. Holy smokes! Let's continue this list as we wait for Carolyn Levitt. This is from Libs of TikTok, but they're also citing, of course, the State Department and Doge. So they just canceled 139 wasteful grants worth $215 million. So this is the work of the State Department and Doge. Let's continue on with that list here. $2 million for advancing democratic culture in Armenia. $5.2 million for anti-disinformation program in the UK. Let's stop at that one. So there was this $5.2 million anti-disinformation program in the UK of our money going to Keir Starmer and the United Kingdom. Our money was going to an anti-disinformation program. Interesting that disinformation is simply knowing that you're lying and sharing that as truth. It's as simple as that. It's not misinformation. Misinformation is a mistake of sharing information to the world, maybe as a news reporter, but then realizing, okay, that's misinformation. That was a mistake. That's wrong. Here's the correction. That happens. Nobody's perfect. It is what it is. But disinformation is the outright lie from a news organization or from a politician that is false, that is a lie, but it comes out as they're presenting it as truth. So we were funding a $5.2 million anti-disinformation program in the United Kingdom. Right now in the United Kingdom, if you say something a little bit about another religion or just something a little bit that they don't agree with, you might get a knock at the door. We don't want that in this country. That's the thing that we hold on to here in this country is our freedom. And so I'm glad that the State Department and Doge pulled that $5.2 million of our money that was going toward helping the UK for an anti-disinformation program. Last point about that. The left-wing Democrat leaders and some of the media will always say, that's disinformation that they're sharing and spreading. They should point the fingers at themselves because they're the ones that know that this is a lie and they're calling us liars when we're actually sharing truth. It gets convoluted. I know it gets a little confusing, but we're really dissecting right now what we've been seeing and dealing with from the mainstream media for decades. And the information is so important. That's why it's called InfoWars with Alex Jones and all that, the info war. That's true. There's an info war. I know most of you that are watching know this, but to those of you that are maybe used to be watching MSNBC and now watching us, you're like, okay, this makes sense. So we're waking up in this country and we just
Order filled. Order filled.
Oh, brutal.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Can't do anything right, man.
Order filled.
Trying it again like an asshole.
Order filled.
Oh my god.
Order filled. Order filled.
God, man.
Order filled.
These fuckers.
Order filled.
I'm getting hit on reversals, dude. This is insane. I've got no idea. This is the choppiest session I've seen in a very long time. We're still within yesterday's value area.
and US citizens to... Can you explain to us a little bit more about how that might be possible?
Are you starting a business? Do you need a logo? Design.com offers the world's #1 AI.
El Salvador questions. Yesterday in the Oval Office, administration officials made it very clear that El Salvador is responsible for Mr. Abrego Garcia, yet El Salvador's president said we're not going to do anything with him. So my question is, who is responsible for this man and where he's going to end up?
Well, no. First of all, President Bukele said that he is not going to smuggle a foreign terrorist back into the United States of America, as many in this room in the Democrat Party seemingly want him to do. Abrego Garcia was a foreign terrorist. He is an MS-13 gang member. He was engaged in human trafficking. He illegally came into our country. And so deporting him back to El Salvador was always going to be the end result. There is never going to be a world in which this is an individual who's going to live a peaceful life in Maryland, because he is a foreign terrorist and a MS-13 gang member. Not only have we confirmed that, President Bukele yesterday in the Oval Office confirmed that as well. So he went back to his home country, where he will face consequences for his gang affiliation and his engagement in human trafficking. I'm not sure what is so difficult about this for everyone in the media to understand, and it's appalling, truly appalling, that there has been so much time covering this alleged human trafficker and this gang member, MS-13 gang member. It's truly striking to me. Karen.
Thanks, Caroline. The president was posting on Truth Social today about helping American farmers. And last week in his cabinet meeting, he was talking about a plan to work with farmers to retain workers who are in the U.S. illegally, provided that they leave and then come back through what he said would be a legal process. Can you give details on what that would look like? How many workers he's talking about? How long a plan like that would take to implement, and the timeline for more details on getting this actually to implementation?
I can check in with our immigration and our policy team and get you some more details on that, Karen.
And is this something he wants to roll out soon? I mean, he was talking back and forth with Secretary Rollins. Right. This is kind of imminent that he wants to do this.
Yeah, look, the president is in constant communication with all of his cabinet secretaries, particularly Secretary Rollins, who has the backs of American farmers and ranchers. It's something that he spoke about with her in the front of all the cameras in the cabinet room, but I'll check in with not only our immigration team, but also with USDA, and we'll get you an answer. Jonathan.
Hi, Caroline.
Hi, it's good to see you in here.
You too. The president has long said that it would be an abuse of power for a president to direct prosecutors to investigate him. Last week, President Trump explicitly directed the Justice Department to scrutinize Chris Krebs to see if it can find any evidence of criminal wrongdoing. How is that not an abuse of power to direct the Justice Department to look into an individual, a named individual?
Look, the president signed that executive order. It's the position of the president in this White House that it's well within his authority to do it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have signed it. And he signed it, and that's his policy. Jeff, how you doing?
Fine, thanks, Caroline. A follow-up on Harvard. The president floated on Truth Social, I believe, the possibility of removing tax-exempt status. How serious is that threat, and are there other universities he's considering? And then a follow-up question on foreign policy. Can you give us an update on what the president hopes to come from the next round of talks with Iran?
Sure. First, when it comes to Harvard, as I said, the president has been quite clear they must follow federal law. He also wants to see Harvard apologize, and Harvard should apologize for the egregious anti-Semitism that took place on their college campus against Jewish American students. There were professors who said that he had engaged in discriminatory behavior against Jewish students. Of course, you had the former president of the university saying bullying and harassment depends on the context. You also had an encampment on Harvard Yard that we all saw play out before the cameras. The university failed to impose formal discipline on any students for this anti-Semitic conduct violations, including the occupation of a campus building and the disruption of classes with bullhorns. The president believes Harvard should apologize to its Jewish American students for allowing such egregious behavior. As for the tax-exempt status, I would defer you to the IRS for any updates. I do want to answer your question on Iran, of course. The maximum pressure campaign on Iran continues, but as you know, the president has made it clear He wants to see dialogue and discussion with Iran while making his directive about Iran never being able to obtain a nuclear weapon quite clear. And the president spoke to the Sultan of Oman today, who helped facilitate these talks. I have a readout for all of you. He held a call with the Sultan of Oman today, and he thanked him for hosting the first direct meeting between the United States and Iran and emphasized the need for Iran to end its nuclear program through negotiations. The two leaders also discussed the United States' ongoing operations against the Houthis and emphasized that the Houthis will pay a severe price until they end their attacks on maritime traffic in the Red Sea. As you know, an additional negotiation between Steve Witkoff and Iran's representative has been scheduled for Saturday. And since these are ongoing negotiations, I have nothing more to add on that.
Order filled.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. When you said that the president said that Iran will never have nuclear weapon, is the focus on dismantling the entire nuclear program, or it just restricting enriched uranium or the missile program?
The president does not want to see Iran have a nuclear program. He does not want Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. He's been very clear about this. Shelby. Shelby, you have a seat today.
I know, stole it.
Glad to see it.
Two quick ones on TikTok. First, is the president expecting to extend the TikTok ban that's now June 19th if China doesn't come to the table in time?
Well, June 19th is a long ways away, obviously. I think it's 2 months away. 2 months is a long time in the Trump administration, as you have all seen. We work at Trump speed around here. We get a lot done, so definitely don't want to get ahead. The vice president continues to lead these negotiations and talks. The president's involved, and they're ongoing.
And then the president previously said he'd consider reducing tariffs on China in order to get a TikTok deal done. Is that option still on the table?
Look, the president has made his position on China quite clear, although I do have an additional statement that he just shared with me in the Oval Office. The ball is in China's court. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. There's no difference between China and any other country except they are much larger. And China wants what we have, what every country wants, what we have, the American consumer. Or to put it another way, they need our money. So the president, again, has made it quite clear that he's open to a deal with China, but China needs to make a deal with the United States of America. Sure.
On tariffs, yesterday in the Oval Office...
Which outlet are you with?
The Canadian Public Broadcaster.
Oh, nice to see you.
Thank you. Yesterday in the Oval Office, President Trump suggested that there could be some help for automakers. I'm wondering what that looks like. Is it tariff relief on the 25% tariffs that are in place right now, or the new tariffs that are coming up in May on auto parts? And a second on Canada, if I may. President Trump's tone when it comes to Canada-U.S. relations, Canadians have noticed it's shifted a bit in the past few weeks. Ever since the election campaign started, he stopped talking about Canada becoming the 51st state, at least publicly. I'm wondering if that's on purpose and why.
I would reject the president's position on Canada has shifted. Perhaps he just hasn't been asked about Canada by questions from this group in the Oval Office, but they see him almost every day. But the president still maintains his position on Canada. The United States has been subsidizing Canada's national defense, and he believes that Canadians would benefit greatly from becoming the 51st state of the United States of America. As for autos and auto parts, I don't have anything to read out for you there, but I think the point the president was making is flexibility, and he has flexibility when it comes to negotiations and talks, but ultimately his goal in his fair trade deals that he is pursuing with many countries around the world is to put the American worker first. And we had automakers and auto workers here at the White House on Liberation Day who believe in this president and his negotiating ability to put them first and to bring those jobs back to the United States of America. And the president's been very clear about that in his conversations with the automakers as well. Deanna, go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. One on Ukraine and one on China. On Ukraine, this past weekend, Zelensky offered an invitation to President Trump, extending an offer for him to visit Ukraine. Just wondering if there's any update on that. Has Trump seen that offer and what he's thinking about?
I don't know. Actually, I haven't talked to the president about that, or if he saw Zelensky's offer. I'm sure he did. I haven't spoken to him about it. I can ask him what he thinks. I certainly don't have any plans to share on a potential trip to Ukraine, though.
And then on China, this last week, Chinese officials were posting videos on, social media sites depicting a Trump, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk in AI-generated videos working in factories, putting together Nike shoes and iPhones and products like that. Does the White House, have they seen these videos? Do you guys have a response to that?
I have seen the videos. I'm not sure who made the videos or if we can verify the authenticity, but whoever made it clearly does not see the potential of the American worker, the American workforce. The president believes in the American people, and he knows that we have the best not only consumer base in the world, but also the best workforce in the world. And that's why he's so focused on bringing investments home and shoring up our critical supply chains and bolstering our manufacturing here as well. Brett.
Thanks, Caroline. Would the president support a ban on members of Congress trading stocks?
I'm certain that's something the president would be interested in looking at, and I can ask him if he would support such a bill. Sure. Yes.
I have a question about the president's post from this morning on farmers. He asked farmers to be patient and just hold on. But a lot of farmers that I've talked to in the last week or so have said, you know, they're in the middle of spring planting season and that a trade war makes everything sort of up in the air. What would his message to them be? And also, is there anything specifically planned to provide relief like in President Trump's last term?
Yes, well, relief is being considered. The Secretary of Agriculture, I know, has spoken to the president about that, and again, it's being considered. And as for the president's message to the farmers, he put it out himself. He could speak for himself much better than I can speak for him, and so I would just direct you to the statement he had telling the farmers again and reiterating his support for them and that he has their backs, which he certainly does. Kelly, in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions. The first one, a Georgia man was just arrested over alleged threats to kill Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. Reportedly, there is now increased security around the FBI Deputy Director. Can you talk about the level of threats against various administration officials, and then a second one on Biden?
I'm sorry to hear that. I had not seen that report. It's very unfortunately, and obviously the White House, the president, and the entire administration condemn any violence against any administration officials or public officials on both sides of the aisle here in Washington, D.C. It shouldn't be tolerated, and we commend the local law enforcement agencies for arresting this individual.
Former President Biden, he's set to deliver his first major speech since leaving office tonight. He plans to talk about what I'm told will be Social Security under the current administration, closing of offices, longer wait times, harder for seniors and people with disabilities to access earned benefits, is what Democrats have been saying today. I wanted to get the president's response, or if he plans to respond to this, and comments on what Democrats are calling cuts to Social Security.
My first reaction when seeing former President Biden was speaking tonight was I'm shocked that he is speaking at nighttime. I thought his bedtime was much earlier than his speech tonight. I understand the topic of his speech will be Social Security. Let me make it very clear ahead of former President Biden's remarks. President Trump, is absolutely certain about protecting Social Security benefits for law-abiding, tax-paying American citizens and seniors who have paid into this program. He will always protect that program. He campaigned on it, he protected it in his first term, and he's back again to continue protecting it. On the topic of Social Security, I have some news before I let you all go. Later this afternoon, the president will be signing a presidential memorandum aimed at stopping illegal aliens and other ineligible people from obtaining Social Security Act benefits. The memorandum will direct the administration to ensure ineligible aliens are not receiving funds from the Social Security Act programs. It will expand the Social Security Administration's fraud prosecutor program to at least 50 U.S. attorney offices and establishes a Medicare and Medicaid fraud prosecution program in 15 U.S. attorney offices. The memorandum will also require the Social Security Administration Inspector General to investigate earning reports for individuals aged 100 or older with mismatched Social Security records to combat identity theft. And the memorandum will direct the Social Security Administration to consider whether to reinstate the use of civil monetary penalties against individuals who engage in Social Security fraud, an effort that has been paused for several years. These taxpayer-funded benefits should be only for eligible taxpayers. And President Biden should think about what he did in his last term, which is allow tens of millions of illegal people into our country, many of whom were fraudulently receiving these benefits. So you'll hear from the president on that later, and we will see you later in the East Room. Bye, guys.
Thanks, Caroline.
Scheduled doctor's appointment, turned in expenses, hit the gym, got to your to-do list, eat healthy today, take your vitamins. Yeah, life gets busy, but Adding nutritional support? Not complicated. One-a-day vitamins are formulated to support healthy energy metabolism with B vitamins to help convert food to fuel, healthy muscle function, and immune skin and bone health. It's kind of a multitasking vitamin. Grab your one-a-day vitamins at your favorite retailer today.
Yeah, I could see this rallying still. Didn't make a new low here. It's about the maximum you'd like to see before rallying. See this rallying further. Trying to sell into it. It's very hard to tell what it wants to do here, man. I wish I had taken the 700 here, would have given me more room to operate. Nobody knows what to think. There's no clear decision. I don't want to do anything here. It's too risky. Trade in this chop zone. Way too risky. I mean, this would have been the ideal entry. Entering on that break. Could have made a little over 50 points. Tilt's still short. How thick the volume profile is. just so much risk to take here because it could just bounce right back up, right? If I were to sell into this, then I can't fucking have one more error. I need it to be fucking right.
Order filled. Order filled.
Man, what the fuck?
Order filled.
Last chance, man.
Order filled.
Take that just because I need some more wiggle room.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Come on. Keep going. Fuck. Keep going. Fuck. Keep going. This time sell, please. Be the craziest comeback. Come on.
Order filled.
What the fuck is going on, man?
Another 139 grants worth $214 million.
$97 premium, $20 were my fees, $118. Now,
The previous administration left and rebuilding an agency that's focused on putting America first. Now, let's look back to last weekend. Ambassador Stephen Witkoff conducted talks with the Iranian foreign minister, which were hosted by the Omani foreign minister. As the White House statement described, quote, the discussions were very positive and constructive, and the sides agreed to meet again next Saturday. Our goal remains clear. In the words of Ambassador Witkoff, quote, a deal with Iran will only be completed if it is a Trump deal. Any final arrangement must set a framework for peace, stability, and prosperity in the Middle East, meaning that Iran must stop and eliminate its nuclear enrichment and weaponization program. It is imperative for the world that we create a tough yet fair deal that will endure, and that is what President Trump has asked me to do. Also last weekend, Expo 2025 Osaka officially opened on Sunday in Osaka, Japan. The 31,000 square foot USA pavilion showcases American excellence, innovation, and leadership, and reinforces our commitment to engagement in the Indo-Pacific and the U.S.-Japan bilateral relationship. Over the coming 6 months, the Expo looks forward to welcoming millions of visitors. Back here at home, Secretary Rubio joined President Trump in welcoming President Bukele to the United States yesterday. Since Secretary Rubio's visit to El Salvador, the United States has deported dangerous MS-13 and TDA gang members to El Salvador's prison. Because of this, our nation is safer and more secure. As Secretary Rubio said of President Trump and President Bukele, our hemisphere is lucky to have two leaders who are totally aligned in their commitment to law and order. Last In non-foreign policy news, I want to applaud the Trump administration's FDA on their plan to phase out various animal testing requirements. As the FDA said in their announcement, quote, "The new approach is designed to improve drug safety and accelerate the evaluation process while reducing animal experimentation, lowering research and developmental costs, and ultimately lowering drug prices." Bravo. That's my topper. All right, now, to your questions. Sir, Mr. Matt Lee, the AP.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes.
I just wanted, just a point of clarification. You said that only President Trump can undo the damage done to the world, the nation and the world by the global left?
I know, surprising that it comes from me, isn't it? Surprising that comes from me.
This has to do with, you're talking about tariffs, right? And the whole world free trade, international trade regulations, which began after the Second World War.
Well,
I'm looking at one Eisenhower, two Nixon, Reagan, Bush,
Matt, may I answer you?
one,
I know.
and Bush two,
Yes.
and I'm.
Yes.
Well,
Well, you know, there's something. Let me answer you, sir. Let me answer you. Let me answer you. Everything that starts like trade. There's always a good idea, right? You always have a really great plan, and things move along, and it's very good and it's very nice. And then time changes, and the left gets control of certain aspects, certain countries, certain Congresses, and things begin to change, and spending begins to increase, and arrangements begin to change, and are not necessarily as good for the United States. The fact of the matter is, at this point in time, we are on an unsustainable path, a burden that is crushing. You see it in the actions that this administration has to take regarding the budget of this entire entity. This becomes an addiction. It's an addiction to other people's money. And as Margaret Thatcher noted, of course, is that the main problem with socialism, sir, the main problem with socialism is that is when you run out of other people's money. Because that eventually happens. I know that's not perhaps satisfactory for the Associated Press. But I love you anyway, Matt. I love you anyway. But your question is, at least my answer to what your statement was, is that at this point in time, President Trump is the only person that can undo the Leviathan that this trade framework became around the world. And he's doing it. And I've been watching this coverage, the pearl clutching. It's been remarkable. This is going to be one of the greatest resets of many resets that the Trump administration has implemented, and it's going to make a difference not just for the American people, but for all those countries that realize that this has to change. So it'll be better for the world over.
My point was merely that, are you trying to say that all those presidents and who you just mentioned, Margaret Thatcher, are part of the global left?
I've just talked way too much already. I think I've answered that. Yes, sir. I think I've answered that.
All right. So on the grants that you just said were canceled, and I want to seg from this. Can you be more specific about what those were? The two, what was it, 139?
Well, we'll get those details. What we do know is that the secretary himself felt passionate enough about this to tweet it himself.
Oh, he did?
And that what I stated to you about his commentary was from his account, the secretary's tweet, at 12:35 p.m. this afternoon. And I'll read it again because there's a couple more details here in the tweet. Under my direction, the State Department has canceled another 139 grants worth $214 million. The American taxpayers should not be funding misguided programs like building the migrant domestic worker-led movement in Lebanon or get the trolls out in the United Kingdom. We are cleaning up the mess the previous administration left and rebuilding an agency that's focused on putting America first. So those are two examples that the secretary shared. There are, because I'm a mathematician, 137 more. And I'm sure at some point we will, I believe that, I'll tell you what, let's see if we can find the full list. And we'll move ahead accordingly.
So, and that just segs into the broader budget question. You saw the reports yesterday and the day before about the OMB plans for a drastic reduction in the State Department, or the Function 150 budget, which includes state and USAID. What can you tell us about that? Those?
I can tell you that throughout the history of the United States, everyone has a budget plan. And everyone has ideas for budgets. And every president has a budget plan and sends it to Congress. And then Congress either accepts it or they have their own ideas, which happens more often than not. I can tell you that whatever you've seen in public, was not released from this entity, was not released from this department. It was not released by the secretary. That there is no final plan, final budget, final dynamic. That is up to the White House and the President of the United States as they continue to work on their budget plan and what they will submit to Congress. So I would suggest that you check with the White House. But the kinds of numbers and what we tend to see is reporting that is early or wrong or based on leaked documents from somewhere unknown, and then everyone writes stories about those things. And earlier, when I was speaking with our bullpen here, whom I love most of the time, it would be wise to be cautious before acting on every single element you see leading up to something as important as this budget coming in from President Trump. So we'll wait and see. Of course, again, these are not known or finalized or planned. Only President Trump has that information, and we're going to see it soon, I'm sure.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
A follow-up on that, though. There was some criticism from Democratic lawmakers about contributions to international organizations dropping by 89% from $1.4 billion last year to $169 million, including, quote, eliminating funding for the UN and NATO. Is that something that the department is considering, eliminating funding from those agencies?
You know, that's from a story that is looking at a memo that was leaked or not from a plan that is a suggestion. What I can tell you, though, is it really makes me concerned when I see the word eliminate. I traveled to NATO for that summit with the secretary. Every meeting, every moment, every time on camera, in every bilateral meeting, talking with the Secretary General, the one message, it was with several messages, but the singularly important message that everyone there cared about was the fact that the Secretary of State of the United States reiterated our complete commitment to NATO, as has the President of the United States. Now, what we also want in our commitment means that we want to make sure and help to make sure that the nations in NATO can actually deliver on the mission of NATO, which is to be a deterrent. It is not to help with wars or to help fight them or to fund them or to make it a little bit better as the wars are going on. NATO was meant to be a collection of entities that would stop the bad actors from doing the bad thing, because it would be very, very bad for them if they did it. And at this point, clearly, we've got nations that have got to ramp up, share the burden, increase their defense spending, not because we're meanies, but because we are committed to NATO. And NATO has to be the thing that it has been purported to be and expected to be at the beginning and wants to be. I have to tell you that there was recognition of this fact at NATO, the number of countries increasing their budget commitment to defense, the recognition that it was an important thing, without exception. And that's where, when we think about a story about eliminating funding to NATO, couldn't be further from the truth. This is about making NATO stronger, making NATO, well, dare I say, great again. But that's where it becomes like fear-mongering and understandably upsets people. But as I've said with the other review we've had with the foreign aid, some things will change, but it doesn't mean that we've changed.
Dude, what the fuck is this price action, bro? This is insane. Absolutely insane.
Political landscape in Bangladesh, $20 million for fiscal federalism, and $19 million in addition to the $21 million for biodiversity conversion in Nepal. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. We need voter confidence too when you read this list. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. We don't need to give them money. And in another program, $50 million plus another $50 million for condoms for Hamas. You know about that? $100 million for condoms. Condoms. Does everybody know what a condom is? For Hamas, $100 million. And these are just some. I could read this list all day long. I just don't want to bore you. But these are just some, and not nearly as bad as others. And some are just, I just don't want to say them because they're too incendiary. We're also finding tremendous abuse, waste, and fraud in Social Security. Social Security.
I should have just answered long when we broke that. I just can't get behind this market, dude. This is just awful, dude. From here, 953 up to 993, almost $1,000 there. Just nothing here, man. There's nothing here. I mean, we could go all the way down to S1. We couldn't even break previous day value area. It could, it could keep dropping. I have an algorithmic sell down to 451.92, which would take you way lower, just about S1. Maybe I just sell into this rally. I don't fucking know. There's nothing to fucking do. It's just really hard to get behind it. I mean, maybe you could have said it's a sell here at the 50 on the 5, and from there it'll dump, but I mean, there's just no way to fucking tell. You get mixed signs from everything. You got the 10 and the 21 crossing up on the 1. 50's going up, so it's all going up. Stochastic's coming down on the 1. Money flow's going up on the 2000 ticks. 5 basically found resistance at the upper Bollinger. Stochastic wants to come back down, but the MACD's going up. 30-minute is at the bottom, looking to turn back up, but the MACD is turned down. It's just everything is mixed signals. There's no clear signs. I really do want to just go short here. But I feel like it's suicide to go short here. We've already got this trend line break, right? Could just be coming down to test the trend line and then it rallies. There's nothing here, man. Pretty much the only thing I'm seeing to do is whenever these stochastics turn back around, that's when you get out. Just fucking follow the one stochastic because it's going from side to side, side to side. It's not really hovering at all in the middle. So, you should go long when this comes down a little bit further. But then you have the 5 stochastic weighing on this, so it's like, do you really take this one? I don't know. It's turned back up now, but again, the 5 is weighing on it, so it's like, do I really take this? Just based off of one stochastic turning up? Probably not. I'm good! I just don't know. So we try to sell back off again. I want to go long here. I just don't think it's the right decision. Just can't second guess it. You gotta just go with it, you know? It's been working. Yeah, that's just fucked, dude. Would have been up like $400 here. Hmm. Should have just taken that opportunity to go long, man. Thinking about taking a short here. Follow the 1 and the 5 stochastic. Well, of course, it's against this trend. I feel like right about here, here I think is the short. Let's say 84. Okay. The stop loss would be 94. One more minute till power hour. Oh, no, power hour's here. It's like the short there at 84 would have worked. I was thinking about entering it there. I should have just done it, man. See how it reacts here. Should get some sorts of bounce. It's just insane, man. Like, ugh. It's just a terrible market. Fuck, like I just can't fucking get in, dude. Can't get in and just hold it. Like 84 would have fucking worked. That's $500 from 84, bro. It's brutal. Now we're down here, so you'd be looking for longs. That's the way it's been going. I want to enter longs there, and I just didn't, dude. It's frustrating. That pop, man. That's fucking 16 points in 1 minute. Fuck me, man. Starting to open up room on this 5 minute to go higher. 30 minutes starting to come up. Showing that there's some rallying potential here. We broke this trend line. It's power hour. Still on the long. It's just on this fucking 1 minute fucking stochastic, dude. And I just can't pull the trigger. Just fucking with me. It's mainly this 5 is fucking with my psychology. Like, the 5 is looking bearish. You know, you came up pretty close to the 50 on the 5. You got the 5 minute Bollinger Band that's going to be resistance. That has to push that up. It has VWAP above. MACD's going higher, though. It's like, I don't know. Still think this has a little bit more upside potential here. And then on the long side, it's like, on the long side, you have support here on the 50, you have this VWAP. I don't understand. Why the fuck are these VWAPs different, man? Like, what is going on? Get rid of that shit. Let's put another one on there. This shit is so confusing to me, bro. Misleading as fuck. Okay, it's above. Exactly what I thought. It's above. VWAP touch would be another 30 something points higher. Okay, I'm getting rid of this shit. I don't know how that came back even. Man, I just don't think I can make 1,800 bucks back with this fucking loss. With this fucking lost cause of a market. A, B, C, up. A, B, C, D, E, coming down, and up. Bring the one stochastic all the way down here. Jesus. This is terrible. Awful price action. Past 30 minutes have been within this little range here. Maybe all it needs is just a 50 touch and then it's history, bro. Like, maybe that's all it needs. Should've just bought it here at the 50 on the one, but I was waiting for the stochastic, which didn't reset fully. Nothing was lining up. And that would have been great. Would have been fantastic. Countered even A, B, C, D, E. We even saw that, and we just fucking didn't take it. Fucking A, man. Pushing above the 50 on the 5. Okay, now I have algorithmic buy up to 461, 43. Breaking this high. Coming up and breaking this triangle. Gosh, dead, man. I'm watching paint dry, bro. It's fucking so dead. A, B, C. It could be done, and you're going higher. This is a fucking awful price action, man. Just triangle within a triangle within a triangle. Do you sell into this now? You have the 5 going up. You have the one stochastic up now. Do you sell into it? You have the 50 on the 5 resisting. Do you sell it? Because you broke out of that triangle. I don't fucking know. Everything is just fucking back and forth. It's like you don't know. Like, look at this. Look at this shit. Probably come all the way back down to here at 67. It'd be 20 points. 400 bucks. Can't do this right now, bruh. Look at this shit. It's just about to enter its short and it skyrockets back up. Fuck that. Oh my gosh. They had all day to take it down. At this point, it's like, buy it, you know? It's just bothersome, dude. Down here where I was selling it, just to get this last little bit, I should have been buying it. Should have bought it. Right down here, when we reset on the one, could have bought it. Right. Right down here, we reset, could have bought it. You sell when you get back up to here. You come back down, you reset, you buy it again. It's like, gosh. Now it's the sell, right? Now it's good to sell. What's happening here? Struggling to close above the 50 on the 5. $325. Let's see if we get a liquidity injection, because that's the only thing left before MOC. Next time it comes down on the stochastic on the 1, I'm buying it. I don't give a fuck. Okay, never mind. I just want to keep on pushing it up. No dips to be bought. Okay, maybe we do. Maybe I lied. Maybe we're just rejecting the 5 here. I don't know. Really hard to buy it here. When stochastic's not resetting. Shows me there could be more downside. But we're at the 50 on the 1, which is another possible entry spot. Oh, there we go. Turn back down. Go all the way down for me. break the 50, come underneath of it. 1 minute till liquidity injection. Uh, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Order filled.
Fucking, I'm trying it. I know I'm probably gonna get stopped here and lose.
Order filled.
Fuck me. I lost. And let's see if there's any real volume here. 35. And it's trying to curl back up. But the 10's crossing down on the 21 and the 50, and so that's a bearish sign. Tilt's turned short. Rejected the 50.
Order filled.
It's the last try.
Order filled.
And there it goes. Fuck me, man. I can't get these XFAs off the fucking floor, man. It's killing me. It's killing me in fucking side, dude. Gosh. It's so fucking annoying. Gosh. So fucking annoyed with this shit, dude. I passed the fucking combine, no problem. And then I fucking fail the XFA the next day. Because I get shit fucking price action like this. Like, fuck. So frustrating. So fucking frustrating. Then it goes, bruh. And then it goes after fucking stopping me out. Fucking assholes, dude. Fucking assholes.
Order filled.
Watch the combine, it's fucking easy as hell.
Order filled.
The combine's fucking easy as hell, dude. The XFA, for some reason, I just can't get it. Can't get it to work for me, man. I don't know. It'll be a one and done, and I'll get out, and it'll be plus 1500, man. And it's just like, what the fuck? Why couldn't I do that in the fucking XFA? That's just how it goes for me, man. I pass combine after combine. I can't even use the reset that Michael Patak fucking sent out because I pass all my combines, but then I fucking fail the XFA.
Order filled. Order filled.
Probably should have switched sides. Push it up. Just exhausting, dude. It's fucking mentally exhausting to sit here and fucking watch the price action move within fucking 30 points. It's like fucking shit. Push up so I can just stop, bro. Please. This is ridiculous. Where's all the liquidity, man? Like, where is everybody at? It's not a holiday. It's not like people should be off from their desks. There's just nobody trading this. It's fucking power hour. It's the last 30 minutes. We're doing nothing. Keeps us in by a fucking tick.
Order filled.
I was about to say, I'm getting ready to fucking
Order
reverse this
filled.
shit, dude. Got that micro gap in the chart there. It was like, let me go long now. Now I'm probably gonna get stopped out for a larger loss. In this type of market, like 10 points is not guaranteed. Look at that.
Order filled.
This is insanity.
Order filled.
This one's gonna fail, right?
Order filled.
Why wouldn't it fail, right?
Order filled. Order filled.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm tilting.
Order filled. Order rejected.
$28 something. Say 28. Nah, we need one more tick. Flunking out on these XFAs blows too. Like, why can't I just fail on the fucking combine if I'm gonna fail? Why does it have to be after I spend the extra 150 bucks? Like, literally not moving. Retest the high of the range, man. Come on.
Order filled.
Man, it's just fucking gnarly.
Order filled. Order filled.
2,700. What are we doing, guys? What are we doing?
Order filled.
What are we doing? What are we doing? Assholes, man.
Order filled. Order filled.
One more tick is all I needed. One more tick.
Order filled.
Thank you. Fucking shit. Holy crap. Like, that was awful. That was awful trading day, man. Fucking so awful. Gosh. How does that shit happen to me, man? Where I always pass the fucking combines. I waste that extra reset. Just everything's fucking terrible, man. Worst price action I think I've ever seen today, bro. So bouncy. This is the only fucking sell, and I was asleep for it. Like, fuck. At least we finished this today, so then, tomorrow we can go ahead and pass it. Fuck Christ, man. Like, why am I getting shit on like this, though? Like, every single time, man. Every single time I'm, like, fucking there, and all I need to do is just fucking have a good day. It just fucks me. Had multiple trades where I was up $1,000 at the very beginning. Could have got out the hole and been up on the day, but I just fucking got like greedy or something. I don't know. Like, just shitty fucking day. I'm fucking done for the day.